Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We are back in our republic with the bridge almost being completed. It has been a long time going on, but I think we're finally ready to say that this will complete this episode, guaranteed. And we just have to wait for winter to go away so that our resource deliveries start speeding up. And then we can bring resources from the west to the east and vice versa. We still have to set up a resource storage in Svidava to hold our gravel and make an asphalt and concrete plant in the area. And I think for that we probably need another settlement, which, similar to the logging camp, doesn't need to be a large one. It just needs to have some parking lots. It needs to have water, sewage, probably a bus stop to allow citizens, like pupils, to go towards school, a monument, and a waste storage. And I think we'll set that up here on the road to the oil field. It would be nice if it could be in range of the heating plant, I guess. But I think this would count as too far. Maybe a new dedicated settlement would be better. But yeah, we definitely need an industry. I guess we could think about separating the industries from the settlements. We could just set up the industry with parking lots and then wait for people to travel there. And then later on we have another town here with no industry nearby. But yeah, just start out with the asphalt and concrete plant to make them available. I think that's a good idea. So we're going to do that. The travel distance for cement and bitumen is quite far. Maybe it would be better to have the asphalt and concrete plant over here then. And we could start another town on this side, closer to the customs house, backfilling the area. Or we're gonna go down the main road and start building things closer towards the eastern side. I mean, there's a lot of options here. I think for the asphalt and concrete plant right here is probably best. And if the cement and bitumen deliveries are not fast enough, then we can probably do something by building an appropriate storage nearby. I do also want to have gravel loading available here. We will use a larger aggregate storage with lots of connections available for us. We'll hook it up to the road and then we'll attach the other buildings and the loading station for gravel surrounding that one. So we'll need electricity. We also will need to bring water here from the river, which will be a water pipe with a water pump, and pulling up dirty water to the Actually, no. If we have to do that, then I'll build it closer to the river itself. That would be okay. If we have it down here, we'll use this area instead. Changing my mind all the time. So this area is not quite flat. There's a little bit more room here with a road going up there. We could cut across on this river at some point. There's a large space on that side too, with maybe us building a road across here. But yeah, I think we'll use this site for the buildings and the loading station mentioned. So we will set up a gravel loading site, gravel aggregate loading station for trucks. Fire trucks will have to come down from Swidava. I assume they have enough range. Let's just make sure that that is actually true before we start continuing to build. It is close, but it should be in range. We will have to keep the road cleared. Hopefully nothing burns down. We'll see. Alright, so gravel loading point. Maybe give us a little bit more flat terrain. Maybe let's... I don't think I have a bulldozer here. I was gonna say maybe flatten it out a little bit more, but should be okay. And then a concrete and asphalt plant behind that. Also connected here. I was thinking maybe with a conveyor, but I think they can share the resources just fine. Can we flatten this area a little bit so it's more equal height? Yeah, we'll flatten the area like that. Give us nice equal height to everything. So all we will need to do is deliver gravel here, cement to the cement plant, maybe with a dry bulk storage nearby. If it really is inconvenient, we will have that available on this side. And the asphalt plant lower down here, leaving room. And then the road has to come down from here and connect to there. Maybe a little bit further away then. Too steep. We'll sort that out. I have to make it a little bit shallower earlier. Okay. So we'll use that as the sites for this area. Gravel delivery, gravel pickup, concrete pickup, and asphalt pickup. And maybe we will need storage tanks for bitumen and dry bulk, so that this can always run. Customs houses is a little bit far away, but yeah, I think we'll be fine. It will need electricity, water and sewage, and it will need parking lots. And then it should be operational. And maybe a waste storage or two. And a water supply for the concrete plant, as I mentioned earlier. So we'll need a water inlet, a water inflow, surface outflow. in the area. And then just a small pump would be enough. Or did they reduce the electricity cost for these? I think they did. Maybe. That would be nice. They were quite expensive in that regard. Okay, so a water pump. And we'll use large pipes. No water tower necessary, I don't think. And this thing doesn't need electricity. This just works anywhere. Basically, just an opening. And yeah, hopefully the pump is covered by a fire station. Maybe we can relocate the fire station if that doesn't work, closer towards here. Or just build a second one and split up the trucks into 2 different buildings. I mean, we only have 1 truck right now. Maybe also a little bit careless. But yeah, start work on that. Then we can bring up gravel here with some trucks that make sense. Maybe the distribution office on the western border also pulls resources here itself, instead of just pushing them. But we don't have that great of an amount of dump trucks in the area. We only have this one, which can carry 12 tons. Check the eastern ones by capacity. This one would probably be the long haul equivalent to shifting resources into this area. And we still have to replace our old vehicles with newer ones. I think the distribution office for coal will do that. I think I should add another vehicle for our export route for coal. The loading station is back up, so we can assign the loading station again instead of the storage. And the distribution office shall get the same. Oh, right, it's not directly connected to the storage, so it doesn't even know how much coal we have in here. I guess I could make a loading station for the distribution office explicitly here. If there's a tower in between, it doesn't know how many resources are in here. Oh, I guess I could put it here. I think I'll put one over here. The distribution office definitely needs to know how many resources are available. So the other loading station is for the direct export route, because they always are supposed to load as much as they can. And the other loading station will be used for the distribution office. With the current loading station right now taking over, so we don't have to pick up directly from the storage anymore. Meat import is getting expensive here too. 20 tons for 17,000. That strikes me as quite high. But on the ruble side, meat is even more expensive. So, yeah. We should keep importing it from the west. Construction office in Karabadak is on fire. Fire engines are trying to push their way through. Alright. We'll upgrade more road. It's not winter anymore. I think we can do both of them at the same time. And then we'll upgrade this road. Probably. But leave these as gravel, I think. And we'll see if the personal vehicles will prefer this road, which I don't think they will. But you never know. They seem to be picking the fastest route. And maybe it's faster. We might be able to make it faster. I don't know if it will help if we institute a speed limit here and say this is like 30 kilometers an hour, the slowest speed we can put down to go across here. Maybe that will encourage them to use the asphalt road. Alright. We're getting our technical service set up. That means we can remove the free ones over here. Move them into that building. Construction office is still to be constructed. Yeah. Otherwise, nothing really going on until we get our bridge set up. We're losing a lot of money on the western border. Has it happened? Has the oil price collapsed? No, oil price is pretty good. These are all working. You have 2 vehicles versus, I mean I can check the routes. 4 vehicles, 3, 3, 2 and, okay, that's a different one. We only have 4 pump checks. 3, 3, 2 and 2. Maybe I should put the quality of source in the route name, so I know, okay, I have that much quality and that many vehicles. Should be about 1,700. Sorry, 1,500 rubles. So the price of oil is also not bad. It's just we have a lot of expenses right now. What's the price of electricity? Oh, the price of electricity is quite high. It's really high. We have to set up a power plant. I think a coal power plant is what we will have to do for this border. Deliver coal here and then run export to the west and east. We'll have to start with coal power plant, I think. We will get it set up in this area. It does have decent internal storage for coal. We won't be running the export at full capacity anyway. I'm just worried about the fire safety in the area. I mean, the power didn't go up suddenly, right? Did the power price shift in a weird way? No. We just had a spike. Probably when the coal price increased. Did the power price also go up? Power plant. Well, a power plant might have to happen. We're getting to the point where the map is slowly getting covered in things. And our own power supply would make it that if we run out of money, we don't instantly have to take out another loan. Is the storage empty? The storage is empty for bricks. So you can do one more delivery and then end your route inside the depot again. And we can tear down the free storage for bricks without problem. Road got upgraded. Personal vehicles, some of them are turning right. Okay, that was secret police. More secret police. So I don't think I can encourage them to go that way. I wish I can. I don't think they will care about the very slow speed here. It's just shorter for them, even with the slow speed. The only way I could do it is probably just preventing them from going here altogether. I mean, the way back is the problem, I guess, when they have to come back and do a left-hand turn. For that, they might prefer the asphalt road. We'll see. And when everything goes wrong, I can still cut off this route. Like, I can cut off this road, I guess. And then they have to either go around the long way or pick up the bypass route. Yeah. Still have to upgrade this to asphalt towards the parking lots. Alright, I'm concerned. Why is our money going down that much? We imported a huge amount of steel, price-wise. So, building all of this will be expensive. We'll hold off on constructing all of this. And then Alright, check imports. This year. Steel, mechanical components, power is getting up there. Power is on the level of coal previously. And fuel. Fuel is also looking quite expensive. Yeah, we have to be careful here. This area is a little bit dangerous. We might switch the electricity import to rubles and set up a power plant. Power plant will generate a lot of pollution, but we can set that up anywhere and have workers drive there by car, I think. Maybe set up a coal power plant here. I think we have to build one. I think the price for electricity has shot up, apparently. Will give us 2 high voltage connections. This one produces up to 23 megawatts. So we'll probably only use one of them. It will be expensive to build, but once we start running electricity, it will be worth it, I think. As far away from Karabadag as possible, while still being in range of vehicles. That shouldn't be a problem. And we'll have parking lots in the area. It only needs 20 workers, I think. Yep. So parking lots for 60 workers would be overkill, and that is what I want right now. We'll set up 2 of these. No, we'll set up the medium parking lots. They are easier to set up. And then water, sewage. We don't need electricity because it'll make its own. We don't have any storage unit for coal. It's all internal. But if we want it at some point, we can set it up. And then yeah, water delivery and sewage pickup from the area by a group of substations. And we'll build a power plant right now. That is very concerning on the western border all of a sudden. I'll switch the electricity over to rubles. And turn that one off. I mean, yeah, that's a lot of money that you can transfer pretty quickly. Alright. US currency import 46,000, out of which only 2,500 was electricity. Am I still building something that I forgot about? Or is it just building maintenance is kicking in for a lot of things and I'm just panicking for no reason? No, they already built some of the conveyors, so that cost a lot of steel. I might have to take out a US-based loan. I wanted to import steel from the US border, and now suddenly things have changed. Yeah, the price of steel shot up recently a lot, and I think that was also due to a coal price spike. Maybe power isn't the issue. Maybe it is actually just steel. In any case, we will set up the electricity. Okay, 12 megawatt underground wire seems to be sufficient, I think. Just have to get it over there. Maybe I'll use above ground wires, they're going to be easier to set up. But they will cost steel. I don't know what it's trying to bulldoze. I'm so afraid clicking a wrong wire. Okay. Okay, 20,000 rubles for that in steel. No problem. That'll give us 13 megawatts, the same capacity we are getting from the customs house. Could use a larger wire, but I only want to use the same capacity, I guess. I mean, I could set up an 18 megawatt wire at some point and then have 5 megawatts always spare electricity to export, but I still can set up another wire from the power plant. There is another power connection on the other side. That reminds me. No, it's okay. It's fine. I was thinking about setting a high voltage switch here, but we already have our power line set up. Not going to make changes to that. We will need more parking lots. We will need a footpath coming down here to the parking lots. And hopefully they can reach. So let's see. Can't reach all of the residential buildings up there, can't reach those over there, which is unfortunate. Maybe we have to upgrade this road to a road with sidewalks. It doesn't have as much walking distance as a dedicated footpath though. Now if we cut across here, then maybe we can move this road, maybe we can remove the waste storage over here to allow the footpath to go past. This is hooked up to a pipe. We'll get rid of this footpath for now, so we can make this an easier connection and then hook it back up. And you can then hook up through the waste storage. And then we have a footpath along here, which means that maybe these residential buildings can reach that area. Remains to be seen. We can also put parking lots on this end, I guess, for these buildings, and route them through here. But yeah, I think I want some of them to be in this area. Maybe that's overkill for everything. Maybe they should be over here and then cut down this way. Yeah, I think that's better. I still probably will build the footpath across though, just to have it. I think we'll still build that. Have a footpath connection all the way here. But yeah, the parking lots are going to happen here, I think. They don't need anything but electricity. And we do have some electricity in the area. And hopefully the car dealer will be able to reach. Seems slanted. We'll try with the existing parking lots, get the power plant set up, see if everything works, and we'll plan out more residential buildings here. With the heat exchanger we can go pretty far. We can't have a lot of them though, until we get the large heating plant up. And then yeah, heating plant, power plant, all by cars. Okay, we're earning a little bit of money again. Much more so in ruble than in US currency. Do I want to add a few more trucks exporting coal? I kinda do. That would just put more stress on the... Oh, we're out of US currency. That would just put more stress on the customs house. I don't think that would actually export more. Yeah, vehicle repair station. I guess we're repairing a lot of things. Why are we still not repairing these though? A vehicle should be heading over here to repair them. Or they should make their way to the repair station if they want to. Oh. Are we lacking resources? No. They are in the warehouse. I don't know. Both the repair trucks are standing around, waiting. I'll unassign you. Okay, you're going to the road depot, which is fine. But you're not repairing the vehicles in the parking lot. Shouldn't that vehicle be heading here? Did I forget to set the checkbox? No. Vehicles on lines are allowed to move in here. That shouldn't really mean those vehicles though. Well, I'm gonna move you out. Maybe you are the one that is bugged? I don't know. You were repairing a bus on a road depot. Yeah, we'll have to move you over to the proper depot. And get rid of that one. The vehicle is on its way. It implies that that vehicle will head to the repair station. But so far it hasn't. Also, the terrain is very, unfortunately, deformed. Oh well. School in Borough, sure. No problem. The bridge is done. Asphalt is being laid on top. And then we have it. We have our connection. While not having any US currency anymore. That sucks. Well, we can still deliver boards here, and we can still bring big bricks to the other side. I don't have any storages on the other end though. And setting them up will cost quite a bit of steel. Maybe we set up some free storages instead, to give them some resources that we produce here. Well, right now I want the power plant. And I guess we could also think about drawing a wire over there. Why is no road crane here? These ones are set to 1 kilometer. Hello, Left Coast Dad. Welcome. How are you doing? Are you staying hydrated? That reminds me of having to take a drink. Okay. I'm also doing well. It's still very warm here, comparatively, but it's okay. We are working on our bridge. The bridge has been built. Now the asphalt needs to be laid on top, and then we have our road connection. Carsachstan bridge. It's almost completed. And the other side has already been built from Svidava. So it's only the bridge that is missing, waiting for the asphalt delivery. The western border is experiencing a money shortage. just realized that electricity was getting really expensive, so I have switched over Svidava to draw power from the east, and I'm building a power plant. 93 Fahrenheit is equal to, yeah, that's the same temperature we are having yesterday, and a little bit cooler today. Same thing. Brick storage is well supplied. We can start moving more bricks to the western border in the near future. And get some boards down here. Well, if we don't have any money on the western border anymore, then I guess it doesn't make sense to wait until we get steel delivered down here, so we can construct the other storages as well, since we do have money on the eastern border and have to wait on the western border to recover financially. And that means we can also set up the car dealer, since that one was also waiting for steel and materials. No point right now. There's no paver here. That is the bridge. Oh, okay. Now it's delivering the paver over here. Very good. Did I buy a bunch of Western vehicles, or did it all get spent on power? I did buy a bunch of vehicles. I bought more concrete mixers, 2 of them. Can't really see that here. This year, last year, we did spend 150,000 US dollars on concrete mixers, 2 concrete mixers for that price. But it did help the bridge construction. And yeah, other than that, lots of resource imports happening. Lots of steel, lots of repairs happening apparently. I don't know what's going on with that vehicle. Let me move you to a road depot and see if you get repaired if you stand around in there. That means the person who owns the vehicle will not be able to go shopping for a while. And that's happening right now. Okay, repairs are triggered again. And now this vehicle is moving. Could it be that... No, I was wondering if could it be that it needs 1 parking slot free for the repair vehicle to get there. It looks like I upgraded this intersection. I did upgrade a lot in Karabadak, slowly laying down asphalt. Okay, 6% is good enough. Can't repair it anymore anyway, I assume. We go back and allow the person that lives there to go shopping. Yeah, I assume those vehicles would need to go to the repair station themselves rather than the repair vehicle driving to the parking lot. Need more workers in the sawmill. Oh yeah, and the you mean the intersection on the over the main road? I did build that one, yep. Seems to work okay. The personal vehicles are still traveling along this route on the way to their destination, but when they come back I think they prefer... Wait a minute. Are they now going along here? Some of them are. It's not the shortest route, but... Oh, I guess they get on the road here and then, yeah, they're on that road. But they don't prefer the bypass, unfortunately. But at least they skip this nonsense on the way back out. They use the asphalt road, turn in here, and they're on the right lane without having to do a left-hand turn. Let's check our population. Slight population growth. Last year was really good. Right, build that road, build the waste storage, get rid of that, lay a footpath. I guess I still need that one that I removed again. Connect that through here. Just to have it. Oh yeah, and I also need to build my rail construction office, because I decided to make a rail line. A very short rail line, but a rail line nonetheless. Let's turn... no, let's leave it. I was thinking about turning that around so I could connect it here, but it's fine. We also have our other loading station set up, which will be the source of coal for the distribution office, because it is directly connected. So it knows that when I set 50% to only take if there is more than 50%. And the other loading station can be removed again. Quarried stone is full again. Looking pretty good. The 3 quarries are doing their job. It's gonna take a while. But yeah, we do have enough coal. We do have enough coal supply. They can just take the coal, go onto the main road and bring it to the power plant. And then the workers will drive there by car, and then we'll have electricity. Nothing else needed, I think. No bus route. Sorry. No bus route. Just a few workers traveling here. The first thing I'm gonna do is upgrade my paving vehicles and my rollers. For the paving vehicles I will need US currency, for the rollers I can buy them with rubles. So we'll have to save a little bit. I guess we're also getting the car dealer in Karabadak now. Right now I don't have any vehicles in it. But I could move some of them in that I manually purchased just to have them. It is being built. What are all the open haul trucks doing? School. Okay, maintenance. Unloading into... wait. Oh, repairing the open storage for boards. Already? Oh no, you're finishing it, right. I triggered that construction. I forgot. I thought you had to do repairs already. Yeah, once the board storage is up, we can start stacking up some boards. We'll also bring in some prefab panels and some steel to have it. Apparently it will happen from the eastern border probably. We're most financially stable there. But the boards will come from the west. And we'll bring gravel over to the east, to the new asphalt and concrete plant, once we have the money to set it up. Right now things are looking a little bit bad. Our fuel supply will be relocated to over here. And then the source will be the other customs house. And I guess we'll do the same for you. Copy the tasks, move the vehicles, change the customs house. And we're good to go. Prefab panel storage. And the board storage last. As I said, we'll fill them up to 30% with foreign goods and up to 90% with domestic goods, so whenever we start producing resources ourselves, we should be able to fill them up, no problem. And if we have a shortage, we will realize that when we start importing foreign materials again. Need more dump trucks, but carry on. Doing a good job. I guess we are getting a little bit of money back. And by a little I mean 20,000 per month. But we're getting 90,000 rubles per month also. All of our dump trucks here are moving to this road, which is fine. The power plant will help a lot. Drive down the price, make sure we don't have to fiat loans as much anymore. Because all we're importing right now, that is excluding construction projects and fuel, is meat for our citizens. Otherwise our citizens could live for a very long time. Or until the buildings collapse, of course. Grain storage using maintenance? Sure. More waters, please. I don't want any escapes. Got our new waste storage setup. That means this one is obsolete. And now we don't have these buildings in range anymore. Excellent. I think a small waste storage is too little. I don't like these. Do I think I'll incorporate any shipping logistics at some point? Shipping with ships and all that would be very powerful. I don't think so. I mean, I could make it so that the harbor provides the coal for the power plant, but I make coal myself. I could try and run a ship export of coal instead of a train, but I already decided to do a train. I don't know what else I would do with ships other than, I guess, set up a harbor here to run food, alcohol and clothing exports, which I guess would be nice to remove them from the border. I mean, I don't think anytime soon. At some point, maybe yes. I haven't really planned on it. Is this New Horizons 2.0? Yes, it is. You see that correctly. The map is great. And with the added challenges, it is really, really challenging. It's visually excellent. Looks really natural. Also, welcome Sacro. Well, I assume that's how you pronounce that name? Sacro? Sacho? One of them will be right. Okay. Glad to hear that. So we'll probably have a rail depot over here with a repair station, so the people from Postelova could repair trains as well, if they feel like it. And then a train diesel station. Or I could go for a rail distribution office, but I think a train depot with a train diesel station will be enough. But if I use a rail distribution office, then I wouldn't need a dedicated repair station, because they would just drive to the distribution office and repair the trains inside. Oh my god, there's so many personal vehicles in here that do not get repaired. It's annoying. Alright, since vehicle repair does not seem to work, we have to lay our hands on this and do it manually. I hope that this gets fixed, otherwise we will have to replace our personal vehicles quite often. I mean, they did get some repairs sometimes. I'm not sure why this isn't working right now. Also traffic jam. This is a great setup, thank you. Yeah. Trying to go for a limitation on the amount of research we can do. 2 researchers per settlement. We're also not importing any electronics. Okay, this is pretty bad. This is really bad. What's going on? Trying to do a left-hand turn here. Alright, at least that's all those vehicles gone. Excavator. So, we have a lot of buyers already in queue. We only want to sell vehicles to university educated folk. I wonder if I could just move them back into the car dealer after they are repaired. Sure. We're going to sell some used vehicles, I guess. Or maybe they don't like buying those cars. Oh no, it does work. We can't set government loyalty yet for buyers, but still need the research for that. But we can resell used vehicles. I bet come winter they will choose the new asphalted route to the overpass, but that doesn't help much now with the snow. Yeah. I'm not sure if they make any decision. Well, they will probably make a decision if this one is cleared. For sure. Also, we have a little bit of a problem with the look of the bridge. There's a small jump there. Unfortunately. Don't tell anyone. Oh, did we... Yeah, some vehicles are moving in here fine. It's just some of them do get stuck for some reason. Okay, repair is done. Go back to the car dealer, I guess. So now I'm interested to see if these vehicles are distributed only to local parking lots or to anyone in parking lot range. Like, will we sell vehicles to these parking lots? This is just anyone. Power plant. Almost there. No trucks except supply. Yeah, that would make sense. They should still reach the repair station from there, I think. But the rest has to go around. If I limit personal vehicles, then this is too long towards Wirral. It's over 2.45 kilometers. And the garbage stand got disconnected, demolished. Alright. Don't think that did much, but I wanted that footpath for some reason. I think we'll upgrade the other road to asphalt now. Continue along this path. Let's remove the road sign temporarily to turn that into a single segment of road, upgrade it, and then once it's done we can put the no goods vehicles up again. I think we don't have to export crops anymore. I think we're using all of the crops that we are harvesting. And now we can try and balance things out with how much fertilizer we are giving to the farm. But we are also making more fertilizer ourselves because of running the distillery and the food factory at higher throughput. Much higher throughput. Holy hell. So our export for the food factory is struggling because, well, a small distribution office isn't cutting it anymore. So it might be time to set up a dedicated distribution office just to deal with exports. But if I start shoveling all of the food away from here, then we're just gonna run out of crops. So I think I'll just keep the small export going, while not actually wanting to export all of the food that we are producing. Right now it looks like the amount of crops we have is pretty well balanced. So let's not overdo it. Still have wood as the only Western export currently? No, I had oil since the beginning and added wood later. Wood is not the main export, oil is on the western border. By a lot. Last bit of asphalt being delivered. After that, we just need to roll the asphalt on the bridge and we have our bridge built. It's been quite a long while, but we can finally get our own boards delivered and do any future construction without wood imports. And yeah, I do need to set up some storages for construction materials on that side. The imports and exports on the western border are getting quite expensive. On the western border, fuel is getting really expensive. I probably have to get the fuel from the eastern side. Export the oil to the west, but import the fuel from the east and distribute it. So we'll need to set up a storage tank here. Or use the gas station as a storage device, but it's too small for that, I think. And coal. We need to bring coal over here so they don't have to import that anymore. That is also something that we need to do. So we need an aggregate storage just for coal. And we'll set this up to be filled with coal and resource imports can cease, giving us 40,000 US dollars extra per year. Then we'll start shifting over some gravel, bitumen and cement. So we get the construction and maintenance materials in place. And what else? Food. Food, deliver alcohol. So we don't have to get those from the border anymore too. So the distribution office will have to pick up long range. I guess we will have a centralized warehouse where we that we fill with resources, so they can pick it up locally. And we'll push clothing, food and alcohol into that warehouse, tell the distribution office to pick up from here instead. I don't think it needs electricity, even though it says it does. Not sure why it does need electricity. Oh, it says it needs electricity. Let's build it in range of electricity, that's fine. If it says it needs electricity, it's probably just the lights or something, but still. Yeah, we don't have much money left. Building these things is out of the question right now. The warehouse is something we should do. Maybe we should build that with resources from the east. It's not that expensive, I guess. Might have to take out a loan. I don't want to take out a Western loan. It's fine. God, we're earning so much money. The loans that we took out are paling in comparison. Alright, bridge is being rolled. 670 workdays till completion. Maybe to consider a single distribution midway between eastern and western settlements with coal, fuel, clothes, food, alcohol. I intend to have the distribution pushed from the source rather than the central distribution yard. The problem with a central distribution yard would require me to set up another settlement right now, and that would take a while. I can just tell the distribution office that are pushing the resources to the storages here to also push them to the eastern, to the western ones. That should work. So rather than having a middle one that has the same distance to everything, I think the distribution office should be close to the source, and then it can push it all the way to where it needs to go and come back and then refuel. I think they won't have fuel issues, I hope. Yeah, I guess the roller is pretty busy right now, doing the bridge and all. Alright, doing these small sections of road, very good. Yeah, I mean the distribution office for bricks is currently not overworked at all. The resource storage just will act as a nice buffer zone. And then if we need more, like this one can probably handle other resources as well. For example, this one should also pick up resources from here, namely steel, and deliver it into the steel storage. So we have that available for construction. But we'll only do that when there's enough resources worth being delivered. I also need a covered hull truck to do mechanical components and electronic components. And one thing to move the metal scrap out of there. Those vehicles are all expensive. I should have let them set up the road first completely before attaching the parking lots. But I guess it is not that urgent. Sweet Cove, unfinished road. Oh right, the power plant. It's called Sweet Cove. Never heard that name in game before. We're also building our rail construction office to take over the selling of coal. I might have to set it up to also bring coal to the power plant, but doesn't use that much coal, right? 24 tons a day maximum. It's not a tiny amount. We're only using 1.5 megawatts. Full on gravel. And yeah, this distribution office with the dump trucks will handle the gravel and coal deliveries to Svidava. That means it will export less, but yeah. In a sense, it still exports to the west. I think I'll run the rail construction office with like 3 parking lots. I don't really want to set up anything like permanent in the area. I don't know if I can just have a footpath here. If I had a full-scale footpath here, we could probably reach the residential buildings. But I'll try with like 3 parking lots. We'll see if it works. I need to do something. I didn't think about the workers again. Until we have a permanent setup for the rail construction office, they can walk there. If they will do this. It will be university educated people that will have to drive here. We'll see if they do that. Right now no one's heading here yet. But this is all construction sites. I think the priority for those has been significantly reduced. They don't count as the same as a workplace anymore. Only should someone be unemployed will they go to a construction site. Or maybe it's like a 66-33% split. Right. Unfinished bridge. In Kersta Bridge. 120 workdays. Who's going to be the first vehicle to travel along it? Excluding the paving vehicle. Paving vehicle doesn't count. And the rolling vehicle. I think it will be coal deliveries. No, I think it will be food, alcohol, and clothing deliveries, probably. Now this will be expensive. Okay, fire station can reach everything. Very good. I want to travel the bridge with a road vehicle and see what it looks like. I think the first vehicle will be a truck delivering boards while this one gets constructed. That will be the thing that I will assign and that we will ride across the bridge. We'll do a full-scale normal speed travel from Svidava to Karabadak storages. So that'll give me a little bit of time to take a break actually and get something to drink. But I do want to see it. The bridge looks pretty good on that side. Acceptable. Let's not look at it further. Long hauler, yep, it'll be the long hauler. It'll also be in first person, so we won't see the vehicle completely, but first person is very pretty, I think. I mean, it will be done by the distribution office, this one. So it might be a column of 3 vehicles. But yeah, in Gersta Bridge. Ready and constructed. Here we go. What a bridge. Let's set the target as the board storage. Let's put it to normal speed. And grab a vehicle. The first one that is going to go there. From the lumberyard near Svidava to the storages near Karabadak. Enjoy the travel. That might be... are you going to refuel or something? Wait a minute. Why are you going there? Oh, because this is set to load anything. No. Go back. What are you all doing? Boards, boards, boards. Nothing. Go back home. Why did I set this to import? Oh, because of the fuel. This was supposed to handle... No, not fuel. It does have a tanker in it. I don't remember. Anyway, try again. We'll limit. We're not gonna get it from the customs house anymore. Even though that would have been a nice travel also. Now we have to wait until we have enough boards, but we do. We need 52 tons for 20%. Actually, I can speed that up a little bit by telling you to load 10%. And there we go. We got our vehicle, and now we're gonna go into first person. So, enjoy the ride. Hopefully nothing will burn down meanwhile. I will take a save, I think. Just in case something goes weird. Alright. Load it up, and let's move. That looked a little bit funky. going along the bypass route and not the main road. There were the oil wells 2 hours back right now. So we're not gonna see Karabadak, I guess. Yeah. And it felt like driving to a lot of unclaimed land. And now we're in the industrial area. Oh, that looks okay. That's not too bad. And now we're going... Now we killed a personal vehicle. That's fine. And now here to our right are the storages. And our boards have been delivered. And nothing bad happened, I don't think. There were a few kinks in the road. I kind of wished we took the road here and then turned off this way, but to see like the city when you went over the bridge. But yeah, the first person mode is great in this. Maybe next time I will turn down the sound a little bit so it's not that constant engine noise all the time. That might be a little bit loud. Like all of this area is unclaimed. It's ridiculous. Oh, me too. I guess we could have... It might have took a week probably. The way things are going. We were there for like 5 minutes times 2. I felt 2 autosaves. Probably took quite a while. But yeah, construction material of boards. Here now. No more board imports, just our own homemade boards. I wonder if the warehouse got built in the meantime. Nope. Still struggling with the groundworks, that's okay. Loyalty back down to 29, that's okay. Average life expectancy is pretty good. Oh, let's check on our power plant, I guess. Driving up the bridge and then seeing the sunrise and sunset to the left was also pretty good. There were a few kinks in the road that I really want to clean out, but you don't notice them from up top. Only when you go into first person you see how somewhat janky the roads are that you made. But I really liked the curvatures. Like there wasn't a road that was just a straight line and you could see it from front to back. There was always a slight curve to it. And it looked pretty good from the ground. The travel did take longer than I expected, I gotta say. I didn't expect it to take that long. But I would probably do that again at some point. Maybe when we have claimed more of the countryside. It did look quite nice. Also made me realize that we had a lot of intersections that needed traffic signs. Truck slowed down quite a bit. Imagine if bridges and road work also used maintenance and you had to do road reconstruction every now and then. Would have probably not built that bridge in that case. One more delivery of gravel. And then the actual construction can start. Don't have enough resources to finish it, I don't think. At least not in one go. We'll have to wait for a little bit more money. But with the constant oil exports, it's probably possible. And yeah, then we'll bring food, alcohol and clothing here. Set the sources to that warehouse. And we should be more profitable in the area as well. They will have to travel quite a distance to bring the resources here though. It's odd how blemishes appear on the roadway, but only when in first person. I have quite a bit of that in my current game. Large dirt holes appear that aren't visible in third person. Yeah, it's how the game renders like flat textures on things. You notice that the asphalt was disappearing from the top of the road when the camera was tilting up, which you can see here. So it's fine this way, but when you tilt the camera up, it goes away when you're really close. I mean, there are tricks that the game has to employ that makes this run very well with so much detail and so much like being able to adapt to a lot of different situations. So some things are a little bit wonky. And such large bridges aren't the norm. I mean, I assume City Skylines is going to be paying great note to make sure that such things don't happen, but they also have a different budget, and they probably focus on that. But this focuses on level of detail, like mechanisms more than visuals, but I do find the visuals quite stunning for what they are. Yep. The lengths the developers go to make this game run well are also greatly appreciated. So, we won't be having any board exports anytime soon. All of the boards are going to go to the storage next to Karabadak. And the trucks are going to take quite a while to get there, but I mean, they have time, it's fine. We sent the truck back on, I think it was November 18th, and I think it's still traveling. Wait. Or did it already come back? And it's loading another load. I think it already came back. So it just was able to load another truckload full of boards. We did also set it back to fast speed, so only took like half the time probably. But yeah, they will have to travel quite a distance to bring the resources here. And now it's winter, so it's going to take a little bit longer even. I might have to set up a settlement somewhere here, similar to Slopolatsk, that just has a bunch of vehicles up here. So we make sure that the power plant and some of these facilities keep running, especially the heating plant. We'll need to make sure that we have enough workers with vehicles that want to drive to such a workplace. I really want to do more research. I want to start limiting the university education. I wonder how Svidava is doing with its university. Buildings. Is it called a university? Yeah, Svidava. That's not doing too bad. Could be a little bit better. There's a lot of old students. I guess the Hall of Residence mean that anyone can study, even those over 25 years old. I don't know where the cutoff point is. Seems like if you have those, that makes that a possibility. Oh, Hall of Residence in Karabadak is filled completely. So I guess the limiting factor will be the amount of Hall of Residences we have, and I guess that's fine. I don't plan to have any more, at least I don't think I do. I think the university town on the mountain is going to have a few Hall of Residences and will take care of making sure that we have a high number of loyal citizens spreading across the map. Okay, we've reached the power plant. 300,000 just for the steel. Gravel, concrete, asphalt. Don't have to pay for it directly. Mechanical components and electronic components. So we'll need, let's say, 400,000 to build this. Unless the steel price is completely different from what I remember. The steel price has increased enormously. Oh my god. We're paying a lot for steel. Maybe I should set up an incinerator and start importing hazardous waste again. That price is also going down. In this case up because it's negative. Let's see the coal price. Coal price is also going up ridiculously high. We're out of US currency, but that's okay. This is running with electricity from the east. Our construction office is waiting on boards. Don't have any boards available. We'll set it to high priority. We'll bring it a rail construction vehicle, we'll bring some resources over and start trying to get an EDK train as fast as possible. And we'll start building out this side and actually laying down the proper tracks. And after that we still need a depot with, in the future, a repair station probably, and a train diesel station, but they are not that difficult to set up. Just going to take a little bit of extra cash. It will be interesting if they drive here by car or not. I hope I don't have to do anything weird. Okay. Disassembled rail construction vehicle. I think we can just go for the cheapest one. If we have the money for it. 2.2 million, looking pretty good. Taking out another full loan. Let's repay that small loan that we have. And 1 million of that one. Did need to put the sign back up of no heavy goods vehicles here. Though I do have to upgrade this road also. Alright. Gravel, steel, prefab, bricks and boards. You will have to do things. No, don't load it from here. Oh yes, I guess you have to. We don't have anything in the storages yet. Alright, and the storage limits will be 4, 2, 2, and 2. Sorry, 4 times the amount of prefab panels, because that's what we will need the most. I don't know if I just accidentally started all construction projects. Let's take a look. Yep, looks like the cursor dragged itself across the whole map and started all construction projects. Which I have to say I don't want to do right now. So let's maybe not do that. I'm pretty sure I will miss some things, but at least I can cancel most of the things. That could have been expensive. Well, unfortunately I have some chores I can't ignore any longer, so I need to run. As always, thank you, see you again soon, enjoy the rest of your stream. Thank you, have a good day too. Thank you for sticking around, showing up. Enjoy your chores, and have a good day. I guess we'll build that house, that's fine. Okay. Now, will workers show up here by car or not? Looks like they won't. That might mean I have to build a footpath and hope that people can walk here. We'll wait for resources to show up and then check again, I guess. I guess I could give Zezhov a bunch of parking lots. I did think I would set up the town with the vehicle production line first, to automate that whole process. Well, let's wait after gravel, prefab panels and steel have been delivered if things go better. I do need to set up the gravel delivery. Well, hopefully we get the food, clothing and alcohol over to the western border soon. They are losing a bit of money. And hopefully we get the power plant up. That one will also be helpful. I need to be informed when that one finishes construction so that we can send resources over, which will also have to travel a few in-game days. Maybe I should let the resources get pulled rather than pushed, but I do like the pushing method more. Don't have that many vehicles available though. I guess instead of exporting they would deliver to a city, as they usually do. Okay, just lacking prefab panels now. Then all resources will be present. Does that mean they will then receive workers? Okay, prefab and bricks. Okay, there are vehicles heading here now, at least one was. So for 8 hours we will do some rail construction. Which is something. Would be nice if we had all resources already. There's the car. So maybe we can run it, if we have enough vehicles. Still lacking prefab panels, but they're going to get delivered soon enough. Don't need any electronic components delivered because we're not making electrified railway. There's the prefab panels. Thank you for showing up. Oh yeah, you're instantly after work going from working to free time, so potentially if you parked right next to a workplace that was also next to a shopping center, you could go shopping first. Hello KRX, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. How did your building go? Did you have a good time? Things are well. We are running a republic with self-imposed restrictions to make the game more difficult, but we're also trying to build some prettier settlements, pretty much. Yeah, it was a good time, pretty slow and steady. Sounds good. As it should be. So yeah, welcome everyone. I'm Das Brightschwert. I stream a lot of workers and resources, but previously I mostly streamed racing games. We are currently doing a challenge run on a map called New Horizon 2.0, which is on the workshop. It looks very pretty. It is very nicely made. And we're playing on realism mode. We started building in the northwest on the western border, have a settlement there. We started building on the eastern border. And the challenges that have been imposed upon myself by myself are we're only allowed to do 2 researches per settlement. So right now we have 8 settlements. That means I was able to do 16 researches. The other restriction is that we are not allowed to import any electronics except for vehicle repairs. So our citizens don't have any radios or TVs or computers. And the last restriction is that I'm not allowed to use public transportation to carry workers through industries. And that's the most challenging right now. And I'm planning to set up a new town over here. This is the commercial core with a vehicle plant that is supposed to handle the vehicle production for our personal vehicles so that we may distribute vehicles to our citizens and that they may work in industries along our road network. Dang, that sounds awesome, but it looks like it's going amazingly so far. Well, we had to take out a few loans. They are not terrible. We do still have a lot of capacity for loans. But money is not going well right now because I just realized that the price of electricity went up a lot. So right now we are paying 4.7 rubles per megawatt hour. And compared to the start of the game, that is quite a lot, where it was like less than 1 ruble. And unfortunately the price of steel has exploded and we don't have any capacity to make a steel mill yet. So there's that. So any construction that we do does cost us a pretty penny. And the power plant that I currently want to build will cost us about 600,000 rubles. With the more than 600,000 rubles with the price of steel where it's currently at. So things aren't looking too hot right now. The price seemingly changed overnight. Last time it was doing fine, now we're struggling. It's always a back and forth. So we're spending a lot of money on steel right now. And now we're out of money and all of the heating plants will shut down. If I do not react fast enough, then, well, everyone's gonna die. So we'll take out another loan. We need to get the power plant set up and start making our own electricity. And in the same vein, probably make our own steel mill and produce our own steel. I did decide not to do that for quite a while. But we might have gotten to the point where it will be a necessity. I didn't even build anything huge yet and used up all of the 150,000 already. Yeah, money's not looking great right now. On the western border we have built a storage so that we can do the long haul and transport some food, alcohol and clothing over there, which we are producing ourselves. We're not producing meat yet, and yeah, I should produce some steel and become self-sufficient in that regard, because the price has been getting out of hand. Person drove here with their own car, built a little bit on the water substation and is driving back home. As you do. I also have to get the heating plant out of this area. It's causing a few pollution issues. Average lifespan in that building is not that great. At least the other buildings aren't affected as much. But it could be better. So yeah, this episode, this run, or right now, we finished our, I guess, mega project, which was this bridge. It has taken a few years, But now we have the western and eastern side connected with a road connection. And since our western town, Svidava, Kalzina, is producing boards, we can carry them over now, which takes a few days to actually happen, especially since this road isn't cleared at all. There's no snowplow. Yeah, the long haul trucks do have the work cut out for them. Have to do quite a few deliveries. I want to set up this warehouse so that we may bring resources to this area and reduce the cost of living. Right now they are struggling, scraping the money together to build things. But with our oil exports it might be possible to do that within the next few days. So yeah, overall, this run having a lot of ups and downs, gotta say. Looks like we're back on a down trajectory and I have to take care of a few things to make sure that we don't run out of money. But once this warehouse is set up and we bring resources over that we are producing ourselves, reducing the import that we need to do on the western border, things should be looking better. But it'll take a little while. Let's hope the fire truck is enough. Okay. Put the coal power plant on high priority, please. So yeah, we have a lot more settlements than usual. I do like the playstyle of placing a lot of settlements down and trying to make things more specialized. But it does cause a few issues. We had a few problems with loyalty being quite low, especially with the restriction of not being able to import electronics. That limits your options a little bit. But overall, things seem to have stabilized quite well now. Trying to run a rail construction office. With people traveling here by car is also not the best option, since I can't run a bus route per self-imposed restrictions. I will either have to build a house nearby, make the area more attractive for people to travel to, or I think I'll try and set up a footpath so that people may walk towards here. We'll have to see if we can make that a thing. These buildings seem the closest, so if I can get a footpath to go across here, or maybe a tunnel, that would work. We'll have to see if that is actually in range. .390 meters to the Ferris wheel. So 370 might be possible. We'll upgrade these footpaths and try and make that work. I'm gonna spend some money. We'll get one residential building in walking distance of the rail construction office. And that should allow us to do the initial rail construction to allow us to export coal by train. Because coal is making a lot of money. But we need to get it to the border. And maybe if we start exporting a sufficient number of coal, then the import price of steel will also take a dive. One can only hope. What's going on the western border? Is there no export? Yes, there is. Yeah, coal for the heating plant is quite important. Export a bit, earn some money that way. Let's make sure we can get the warehouse set up. Yeah, the amount of money we can shift over by just using electricity is enormous. That's too much. We're spending so much money right now. Not from the electricity, but in general. But yeah, the electricity also has a huge impact. So we need about 20,000 to finish this? No, 4,000. So we should have that money now. Let's see if we can finish the building construction. 2 more deliveries of bricks. Actually only 1. And then a little bit of extra steel and finish the warehouse. And we'll bring you some fresh homemade food, some self-made clothing, and our own alcohol, which has been brewed without standards. And then we'll see how you like it. A lot of money is being lost right now because of the steel imports for the... No, we're not using the steel yet for this. How are we losing that much money? What's happening? We are importing steel, but for what? Heat exchanger. I don't want the heat exchanger right now. That one is too early. Cancel that. Parking lot, footpaths, Zeshov warehouse. I guess that's fine. We can build that. That's maintenance. Wastok River warehouse. I mean, no, not right now. Oh, we're filling our storage with steel. Yeah, okay, don't fill that up that much, please. That's too much steel. %. Okay, that explains it. Well, at least we have the steel now for construction. You all come back home. And the steel source will be this, so you don't have to re-import it. And prefab panels will go here. And then we'll start importing prefab panels too. That's why we lost that much money. At least we know that we don't have to import any extra steel for the heating plant again. And we'll have some steel left over, even if the price goes up more. Distribution office for Western Resources, please fill the board storage to 90%, thank you. Remove the road signs again. And then upgrade the road in one go. There's so much traffic here. There we go. Upgrade this, please. We have a lot of people waiting for their own car. I should start getting some. I mean, I could just buy some, and I can use these. We have 4, 8, 10 slots. And we have 15 people waiting. Also need to upgrade all of these to prefab. To a panel road. Gotta wait on the prefabs to be delivered first though. And yeah, waiting on the power plant. We'll need a lot of concrete, a bunch of steel, and get the building set up as soon as possible. Do have a dump truck here now, so we can also load metal scrap, aluminum, and we can also load mechanical components and electronic ones. And the scrap needs to be sold. Let's see how much we get for a truckload full of scrap metal. Since metal is so expensive, I guess it doesn't tell us. $10 tons of scrap metal. We will get 13,000 rubles for that? Okay, sure. Make sure we recycle. More steel. Steel is on its way. I hope the footpath gives us the ability to have a reliable source of workers here, so that we may start actually building the rail line correctly. Right now it's not working out. We built a little bit with like a few workers that we had, but we need a constant stream of workers. And once we have a connection, a rail connection to the coal mine, we have our vehicle depot, our train depot. And we have a fuel station for the trains, then we should be able to run this whole thing. Yeah, I don't need to set up an excessive rail network here. I will have one train that constantly does coal export. The trucks will stop their export duty. I'll need an ability for the train to refuel. I actually only need one rail line. But in the future I might need multiple, so I've already set it up double tracked, just in case. And we'll build the rail line out of here, connecting to the main track. Build one line. Connect the depot, connect the fuel station. Bring some fuel in, and then let the train run. Okay, concrete deliveries will be started. I need to set up the resource deliveries to the warehouse. It has finished construction. So our distribution office, which usually handles exports and deliveries to our eastern settlements, will now have the task to fill this warehouse with food, clothing and alcohol. And quite a lot of that. And once we have a good amount of resources in that building, we'll start setting up the western border to pick resources only from that location. Slopolatsk. I don't know if that's going to be the next town. It should be. We need to start vehicle production. It's going to cause more problems if we wait with that. But it's a very large investment. I need to set up the coal export line first. That one could bring so much money that we can pay back our loans. But it might also be a ruse, and it might not actually do what we need it to do. Might drive down the price of coal too much. Also, since I'm not planning to build a rail distribution office, it would also draw too much coal. But I don't have a rail distribution office connection here anyway. This is set up in a way where a rail distribution office doesn't make sense. For the same reason where this loading station didn't make sense for the truck distribution office. The trains do not know how much coal is in the storage because there's an engine transfer in between. Maybe the next research will be the steel mill. I don't know. Could also go towards trying to smelt back scrap metal into steel. I don't know if the scrap metal price is linked to steel. Metal scrap transfers 2-to-1, I think. 36 tons of metal scrap turn into 19 tons of steel, which is about 2-to-1. So if we double the price, if we halve the price of steel, do we get scrap metal? 2,800. And metal scrap costs 1,400, so yeah, there's nothing gained here. Except if we got our metal scrap into steel, we didn't need to import any. But I don't think it gains us that much. So a steel mill might be better. Where are the paving vehicles? Paving footpaths, right. Sure. Did you have your sources changed? No. Copy the sources over. That looks better. Just mechanical and electronic components from the border right now, which makes sense. We're not close towards producing those, even though we do have the technology to set up a mechanical component factory. But without our own supply of steel, I don't know if it's going to be worth it. At least I know we will be able to build up the coal power plant and have some steel left over. So yeah, we shouldn't be looking bad on the on the eastern border. And the western border also seems to have stabilized somewhat. Until it has to import some steel from vehicle repairs again or for maintaining a building. Got the first few deliveries. One truck said it delivered alcohol here, but I don't see it. Anyway, I can already tell the distribution office to take resources from here, so food, alcohol and clothing are available from the storage if you want it. But otherwise you can still get it from the customs house. We'll see if this stabilizes or if deliveries are too slow. I believe we will need another distribution office to make sure that resources are getting here in high enough quantities, because the transport route is so long. I could replace our existing vehicles with better ones, I guess. I think the long distance travel is probably better for a dedicated distribution office, so our local towns do not run out. I will make another distribution office for that, a medium-sized one. Or at least what the game calls medium. Can we match that with the other distribution office? Probably. Yeah. And that one will handle any resource delivery from here to the other border that is covered hull, I think. Resources like bricks are already handled by the distribution office next to the brick factory. And yeah, gravel we will also need to deliver over there soon, so they have their own source of asphalt and concrete. to set up the storages on the other side, on the western border, for bricks, prefab panels, steel and boards. Another epidemic. No serious health impact. No, not easily spreading. Long duration, sure. So, just waiting for concrete. Would be nice to have that dedicated distribution of construction office just with concrete mixers. But I thought after the bridge we didn't need that much concrete anymore, and here we are. Thankfully it's not too far away from the source of concrete. Just has to travel from here down to the power plant and back. It does have its own road pretty much. The rest of the infrastructure is in place. Yeah, will be interesting to see if we can run this. I assume we will need a lot more parking lots to free up more workers to want to drive into that area, but we'll see. The price of vehicles has gone up to 3,000 rubles. Still close to the Beetle. The Beetle, however, drives a little bit faster. But yeah, cheap vehicles for the masses, I think, for now. Nothing extravagant. I'll start buying some vehicles if I can. I mean, I can. We're earning a lot of money. Yeah, let's get some vehicles. Get 8 vehicles and see when it stops. I'm wondering if they will move owned vehicles to other parking lots that are further away, or if it's just for Karabadak. If it is just Karabadak, then it is working as intended. If it's moving further away, then I guess I don't mind, but it's not ideal. Sowing season has started. Fields are being prepared, at least those that have enough fertility. There's too many workers in that museum, thank you. That is fine. Also need a car dealer in Duceni, otherwise at some point, well, not Duceni, I mean we need a car dealer next to Brospin, because that is pretty much the source of all the vehicles that are traveling around. We're gonna have like towns and villages that are just going to be large parking lots with 1 or 2 buildings next to them, and then a car dealer. So that people who lose their vehicle to the scrapyard may get another vehicle. Cars are flying off the shelves. I wish I could restrict it to only loyal citizens, but you know. We still can do that, we just need another settlement. Alright, let's think about the iron mine. The iron was somewhere in this area. On this mountain here. I don't think it's a large iron source, but it's going to be good enough. An iron mine directly into an iron ore processing plant, and then in the future a steel mill is probably what we need. And for that we could have another settlement, similar to our coal mine town, which is Vera, which was very successful. I think it might have surpassed our most profitable resource with coal as an export good overall now. Yep, coal is more profitable than oil and clothing. Not combined yet, but yeah, coal is just so good for us. What's the price of iron? Probably similar. Iron is not as high, but it's also climbing. So yeah, I think combining both and then setting up a steel mill in this area with a town is on the agenda. Hmm. 65% source quality with an easily accessible mine down here. Need an excavator to flatten things. We could get a better bulldozer, but it's too early for that. $50,000 rubles for an excavator, sure. So yeah, we'll have a town here with an iron mine, the citizens being within walking distance, and then we'll probably set up a steel mill somewhere in this area. And the steel mill should be outside of the range of the town, because the steel mill could potentially make a lot of pollution. 40 tons per year. That would be pretty bad. So if we have the cars to supply workers to the steel mill, that would be great. But if we don't, maybe we can use a cableway station to bring workers to the steel mill instead. Because a cableway station technically is not public transportation. 22 more deliveries of concrete, then we have everything. Then some steel, mechanical components and electronic components will finish the power plant. And we'll fill it up with coal and hope that workers drive here to work in this area. I don't know if it needs highly educated workers. I think just regular ones. Yep, just regular educated workers, 20. We'll see if it works. Let's check if the parking lots are in distance. I mean, it should be like 1.5 kilometers at most. Yep, 1.25. No problem. All the vehicles have flown off the shelf. Okay, let's start the road infrastructure towards our town that will produce the vehicles. Actually, let's start the road infrastructure towards the heating plant for the town that will produce vehicles. Because we can, in theory, run the vehicle factory without that town, with just the workers from Brospin. A little bit, at least. So let's build the vehicle plant and the heating plant first, so we may test if workers can reliably drive over to this area and run any of the two facilities. Because that heating plant is also going to replace the heating plant over here in time. There's the excavator. Probably doesn't have any fuel. I don't think it is within range of a fuel station. It might be. If it is, I will tell it to drive into here and wait by cutting off the road and then put a gas station here. If it isn't, then it's fine. Okay, it's fine. Alright, iron mine. 64. Okay, let's flatten it down to the lowest level if possible. Somewhere down here. 66. 67, which sounds probably as good as we're going to get here. 68. If only we can get 1% higher, that would be nice. And we can. So we're going to use that. 69%. Pretty well. We will have a iron ore processing plant in the area. Probably right next to it actually. Don't need a conveyor. It's very well placed for us. The workers can walk in there as well. We're probably gonna have a conveyor in there. And then it'll go to the right side with a storage for steel and probably a setup for a steel mill over here at some point. So yeah, now we need a town within 450 meters of walking distance to the mine. And then we can have our iron mine town. And I don't intend it to run at full capacity. Just enough iron to supply us with enough resources to run a steel mill for our own demand. I don't think steel is going to be the good that we want to export. But I might be wrong. Okay, that'll be the footpaths. We still need to get in the roads to build everything. Everything seems to be in range. So we'll remove the footpaths again and get the roads in. And we'll set up footpaths later. We just need to get out of this area. Probably to the bus stop, that's fine. We're still lacking a storage for the iron ore, which we will have to export by hand in the beginning. But from the storage we will be able to deliver it anywhere really. I mean, we could also set up a ship to export it by ship if I really wanted to. And that doesn't actually sound that horrible. Just dump the iron ore on the ship and it's gone. I'll make the road follow the terrain a little bit more. Okay. Iron mine into iron ore processing plant into storage. And from the storage, whatever we need to do. And now you again. Sure. Everything is still within walking distance, meaning that we can supply workers to all of those facilities. I don't think we need the excavator here anymore. The town will be situated around the bus stop to the left, bottom left. Yeah. That will be our next town. So we'll set up the vehicle production line for like the industry itself, and we'll set up another town that actually makes us iron. The game just crashed. Well, let's see when the last autosave happened. Shouldn't be too far, but might be. We'll have to see. Come on, come into the foreground, Grain, thank you. Last autosave 5 minutes ago. Damn it. So before all of the planning with the roads and footpaths. Might even be further before that. Hopefully not. Great. Oh well. We'll get the road set up first, I guess. I didn't place the bus stop yet either. Alright, let's eyeball that then. We'll place it a little bit further down. We had a lot of walking distance to spare. Okay. And that's set up. Power plant, 11 more deliveries of concrete, very well. We'll get the excavator out of here again. Oh yeah, and the storage, I guess. Okay, that shall be our industry for iron. Probably exported with a ship. So close to the border, we might as well. Could do that with a riverboat, so close. Oh, great. This road has no priority. So many personal cars. Okay. The car dealer does bring vehicles to other settlements. I don't know if it's like the vehicle range, but the people in here were able to purchase cars. So maybe some people over here will also purchase cars once the roads are available again. Interesting. That means in Duceni I only need a car dealer, and that will deal with the car demand in Brospin, I guess. Probably. So we might see a lot more traffic. Like, I was not prepared for vehicle traffic out of Prostelova with their own cars. Are the traffic signs still set up? No, the road is still being paved. Ever so slowly. Alright, cancel that, get the paving vehicle on a different construction site, please. Power plant getting close to the last 1 or 2 construction phases, and then hopefully we have a number of people who own a car that do want to travel and work in the power plant. Duceni is not in range. But Zhezhov would be in range if we gave them vehicles. And, I mean, we do have a lot of workers in the food factory. It could be a thing that we could do. We have too many. Now that Zhezhov is actually stable. If we gave them vehicles, they could drive out to the main road and drive to the power plant. And anywhere else, really. Also the heating plant in the future. Duceni should be in range of that. Still need to set up the parking lot for here. parking lot will be pretty large, but we have to start out with a small one. It'll probably surround the vehicle factory, although I need to leave room for like car storages. And in the future there might be trains connected to this. I don't know. There could be a lot of things happening here. Does this work? Oh wow, that does work. That's actually pretty good. That'll allow us to get footpaths between all parking lots easily. This might be too narrow, but I'm gonna give it a try. No, that does also work. It doesn't snap cleanly, but it does work. That means we can have a lot of parking lots here. I should probably have all the parking lots on one side, on the inside. So when they drive in, they do a right-hand turn into the parking lot, and when they come out, they do also a right-hand turn. And then this road would lead back as a one-way road. But for the beginning, I think like 4 parking lots to test out this area is probably going to be enough. Not even sure if they can reach the heating plant. They should be able to reach the heating plant from this. Yeah, they can walk everywhere. So we could have multiple rows of like parking lots, each connected with like footpaths in between them. And that then leads either to the heating plant or the vehicle factory. There was a footpath entrance right here, so that would work. For the start we'll use 4 parking lots and I guess test and see what we can do. I'll remove this road and replace it by a dirt road, because this area is yet to be planned out. So yeah, that'll be the test with the vehicle factory. We might give Duseni and Zhezhov some vehicles, some parking lots, and see if we can run the vehicle factory without any fuss. It will need electricity, water and sewage, all of which have been placed. And then the wire still needs to be connected for the electricity, but then it's pretty much set up. Last construction phase. Let's check the rail construction a little bit. Still waiting on the footpaths to be built, I guess. We did queue a lot of them. Like this footpath is pretty much only temporary until we have the rail line set up. But I mean, the rail line will take a long while to build. We do need to set up a proper rail construction office, and it will be quite far away. Maybe even next to Zhezhov, because they have so much population. They could handle a rail construction office easily. But to get to this area, we would take a while. And the rail construction vehicle is not cheap. Okay, one more delivery of everything. A bunch of workers. And we have our power plant. Then we'll deliver coal into it. We should have water already, since we are delivering that by truck. And yeah, then we'll have electricity. I don't know if we can stop importing electricity. we might be able to try. Ideally, I would like to export electricity because it seems to make a lot of money right now. Power price still 4.87. I mean, we've imported electricity for 25 years. One would have assumed they would have caught up with the demand and maybe added a power plant on their own, but I guess they didn't, so now we're going to build one. And they're not going to see any more money. I'm not importing as much mechanical components as I would like, or as many mechanical components as I would like. But we are using the smallest truck that I have, so there's a downside. We do have larger trucks though, so... One more import of mechanical components and we have all the resources we want. And then all we need is a bunch of buses to bring workers and finish the construction task. And then we'll see how attractive that workplace is for people. This is like the test of a critical infrastructure, if we can run something like that and rely upon our people to drive there reliably. If this doesn't work, I don't want to build a cableway station to it, but I might have to. Yeah, our iron mine town will need to be set up. And the town should be far away enough from an eventual steel mill over here, if we build it. I don't think they will be within walking distance of that steel mill for pollution reasons, but they will be pretty close. $1,000 workdays for the power plant. Notify me once the construction finishes, and then we may deliver coal there. All of these roads also have started construction, it looks like. I don't have that many dump trucks. We'll have to suspend the construction of all of these. Can't do that right now. Let's take a look to Svidava and see how much the warehouse has been filled. I mean, it hasn't been filled at all, but I just want to take a look over. We have a few resources in here, none of which have been taken yet. They are set to be loaded from this warehouse if they need to. I guess our large distribution office must be ready. Probably. Nope. Hasn't even started construction yet. Because of all of the other road constructions ongoing. Alright then, sure. We will build this warehouse. I need a warehouse for clothing, where I can say only pick up 50% of the clothing available. And the rest is for local distribution. There's a lot of construction tasks ongoing with all of these small footpaths that need building. Lots of construction tasks left. But yeah, I think we can build settlements with only a building, a parking lot. We do need a bus stop to get the children to a place where they can get education. But otherwise, settlements could be pretty small. If they have their personal vehicles, no problem. And all they need to be is within range of a car dealer in a 2.5 kilometer distance of said car dealer. We got our power plant. Now all we need is coal. And some workers that want to work here. And I don't know how reliable this is going to be with vehicles only being distributed to university educated personnel. They probably drive to they'd rather drive to a town with a university and try to work there than into a power plant. So we will have to increase the amount of workers that own cars, so that some of them may decide to go there. I wish I could increase the priority of this parking lot so that they would try and fill that. But people with their own cars do have certain liberties, I guess, and that causes issues. How's the harvest looking? Should be starting soon, half a month. We do have enough crops, we broke about even over the year. No grain exports, all just through our factories. This one's complaining about no crops, so we need to make sure that... I probably need to set up a dedicated vehicle for that. That's from a distribution office. Okay. I'll nab one from the farm and tell you to always bring crops back to this grain storage. So that we may resume distillation. Yep, all that we are lacking is workers. I need a waste storage here, I think. There. Maybe not on that side. Oh god, that's gonna be too far, isn't it? Oh no, it works. Okay. Can't see the numbers over there. So if I put it here, it will be in range. Asphalt road is fine. How did you make fields like that? Hello, low runner. Just diagonal and with roads as separation. So for example, place a field like that according to the grid. Then have one diagonally to it, which will usually cause a few clipping issues. So what you do then is like you drag a road in between them, but you have to make sure that you can't have a road on this side, but anything after that is fine. Like you can have a road cut through here. So to make sure that they don't clip into each other, I usually try to get a road like this, and then they're like separated. Didn't work out as well as I thought it would, because that one was slightly misaligned. But yeah, if it's like as diagonal as it should be, then you can set them up as separated fields like that. So in this case, they either have nothing in between, or if they are diagonal and slightly weirdly placed, they have a road in between to separate them. That's how I did those. And these ones lined up pretty well regardless, diagonally, so they are just touching each other. And then I planted a bunch of trees in between. No problem. Okay, we have one worker. One worker showed up. And they are making 1.4 megawatt by themselves. 2 megawatts. I thought we didn't consume that much electricity. Well, at least they're taking care of the electricity import. Hello Ripsol, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Looks like the power connection is built in a way where we can take care of all of the electric demand. And then, if it doesn't happen, we can resume our imports. So that will save us a bunch of money when we don't have to import electricity. But we can't really rely upon it yet, because we don't get enough workers here. Some of them are showing up. We need a lot more though. So yeah, that might work for a bit. Until we have more vehicles and the power plant can run full-time, that should work for us. But will increase the amount of rubles we have. Speaking of which, we do own a lot of money in rubles now. But it might be okay. And yeah, we're working towards the vehicle factory now. Before the Slobodatsk town, we're gonna set up the vehicle factory first. And the heating plant. And I want the iron mine town. That one is also on the agenda. Could export some bricks. Do we have any vehicles that need to be replaced? We have a police Trabant, 23 years old. Can still repair up to 25%, so that's fine. Other than that, 22 years old. Nope, still looks fine. Hello Sancho, welcome. Well, how many buildings did we have for the coal mine? It's only 3, so we need to set up a similar settlement as that for the iron mine. What did you miss today? We built the bridge, we finished the bridge. We noticed that we're paying about 5 rubles per megawatt hour of electricity. So we lost a lot of money for that. We're paying about 3,000 per ton of steel. So we're losing a lot of money on that also. And yeah, I'm now 4 million rubles in loan. But we're getting a lot of money per month if I'm not building anything. Right now I'm trying to get up iron mine setup. And the last thing I noticed is that a car dealer sells vehicles to people over here. So they do now own vehicles in these parking lots. So they do sell them across distance, like not walking distance, but it appears car distance. Just coal. Coal is our money maker. Coal is ridiculously expensive in this game, which is also why I've decided to try and start working on the train line. Having people drive there by car didn't really work out, so I'm now building a footpath, so one building is going to be within walking distance. and they will take care of the rail construction office pretty much. We'll get to the border first, get a new rail construction vehicle in EDK, as you do, and then we'll build one rail line to the depot, the fuel station and the loading station, and then we'll export coal by train until the price drops down again. We only need one track for that, but I did lay down 2 tracks already for the future. And yeah, I think in the future we will also have a rail construction office next to Rzeszów, because they do have a lot of people here that are making too much food. So they can also take care of a rail construction office for us. And the power plant has shown us that we cannot rely on personal vehicles for critical infrastructure. So the heating plant over here will also need a very high saturation of personal vehicles before we can even think about running a power plant or a heating plant reliably. So yeah, coal is good for us. Really good. But we're also importing a lot of stuff. Steel is very expensive. 36 tons for 100,000. It's too much. ₹3,000 per ton of steel. And the US price is also as high, so there's no point in importing it from the US border, unfortunately. But at least we can bring the boards over. And we did fill our storage with boards from the from the western side. And we're also working on sending food, alcohol and clothing to the western border once we have our distribution office set up. But that one is taking a little bit. Should be higher priority. It's not that big of a construction. And we do need to spend a lot of money on vehicles for it, but it will help us save a little bit of money and make sure that that border doesn't run out of resources. And out of money, I mean. Okay, last road. Then everything will be turned to asphalt. And we've upgraded the whole road. Wait a minute. Oh, because the road is unavailable. I was wondering why we took the bypass road. One person is working, as they should. I want more people here. I think I need more parking lots up here, so more people can drive by car to workplaces. I really think that the steel mill is not going to work with personal cars, but I will try. Yeah, I need a bunch of parking lots here. And when they travel back, this probably has to be turned into a one-way road kind of deal. So in the future, when people come back, they do a right-hand turn into the parking lot, and to leave they will have to drive around. That is actually not great, because it will limit the distance, because the distance to drive to the area is the main thing. Can I show loans? Sure. No US-based loan. We did pay everything back, and we have 4.2 million loan in rubles. But we did have to spend a lot of money recently. Maybe the parking lot should be on this side. Okay, parking lot here. Probably a footpath along this side, cutting in. You can also pay 1 ruble loan. I don't know what you mean. Oh yeah, I guess I could pay that one back, but we're doing a lot of construction right now. I don't want to run out of money and then everything falls apart when I'm busy doing things. So we'll have a lot of money just there right now. Especially since the next loan would take more interest to pay back. Alright. This is very grid-like, but this is like an area where I don't have much experience. Okay, that's not bad. Pretty good distance. We can set up parking lots like that, maybe? Not sure if the traffic is gonna hold, like the area with its roads, but we can probably set up something to make that a thing. They look like they're not properly rotated, but they actually are. I'm not sure how much we can do with parking lots, but I do want to have a lot of them. So travel-wise, when they come back, they do a right-hand turn in here, then a left-hand turn, and then they have to go this way to fill up these parking lots. And when vehicles leave, they have to go this way, do a right-hand turn out of here. This is the plan. Carbon duct heating plant stop production. That's too warm. I think these are a lot of parking lots. I need to move that road over by one. I need to move that road over by two, sorry. Yeah, because of the snapping point. Why is... Wait, no, I made another mistake. These footpaths are too... The road was correct earlier. I just moved the footpath on the line instead of on the half line. Can we flatten this? This is where they should go. What now? Oh, got it. That was a snapping point. Okay. I think if the terrain was flat, we would have footpath connections that would all look like this. Smooth, but since I built it on a sloped terrain, it'll be fine. You can still reach some of the buildings. 3 of the residential buildings. 2 of the constructed one and 1 of the new ones. So yeah, we'll set it up like this. There's more room for more parking lots here if we ever decide to extend the town. We have a heat exchanger here, there's more room for parking lots. If we build buildings here, this could get quite extensive. We'll hold all of the construction, but it is planned. And maybe if we can stack all of this with personal vehicles, then we have so many that they have no choice but to go to the heating plant, to the power plant. Right now we're seeing 1 vehicle travel there every now and then. And that's not gonna cut it. And the person that traveled here went to the construction site instead. I'm gonna shut that off too. We got our new distribution office. We want fast vehicles. And we're gonna use these. I don't think there are better ones available, right? Kavatal. They can carry 8.4 tons of food versus 8.5, so about the same. 54,000 versus 62,000. Yeah, we don't have the money in US currency, so we'll get 4 of these and start hauling resources to the western border. We still don't have our generic storage, unfortunately. We'll hook up the source building first, the destination building first, and then add all the sources after. Things have gotten really, really expensive. Okay, alcohol. Food. And I guess we have to take clothing from the clothing factory. Until the storage gets built. Transport a bunch of clothing and food there. Alcohol would also be nice. That's how we're going to transport resources over. And hopefully we can reduce the expenses on the western border too, which we haven't done in all this time. The only thing we are producing is oil as an export good, and boards, which I guess might sometimes be used for reconstruction, but probably not. Okay, we got workers in the rail construction office. And we do have our connection done. Now let's see how much we have to pay for an EDK. That's expensive. Maybe we'll continue rail construction with the vehicle that we currently have. Maybe we don't need an EDK for that short rail line that we are planning to build. That's the wrong rail. That's the wrong side. We need to hook it up here. So yeah, let's slowly build our train tracks, I guess. It's not a long distance. We can get this set up. We'll make a lot more money. When I look at cars or truck, I always look at the engine power. It makes them faster. They do accelerate faster, yes, but it also makes them consume more fuel, unfortunately. Which makes sense. But yeah, I haven't looked at the engine. I only look at the engine power when I have money issues, so I should probably look at them. I don't know what the price of fuel is right now. All we can do about the price of fuel is try to export as much oil as possible to drive down the price. And we seem to be doing an okay job. My god, the meat price is getting crazy. I also need a livestock farm. What are you all doing? Food factory warehouse, food factory warehouse. Food export? Zezhov. No more food exports. Hello Jack Tank 11. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Alright, let's put the supply vehicle signing up again. After, here. And here. So no heavy goods vehicles allowed into town that way. They have to drive around. They have to use the long route. This warehouse will hold alcohol and clothing. And then from the warehouse we can run our export. We do have a pretty good supply of bricks. I don't think I made a mistake and started importing them again, did I? No bricks this year, no bricks last year. Seems to be fine. We imported 2 million rubles worth of steel, 700 tons only. We have to start exporting iron ASAP. I don't know if it's iron or coal. It looks like it was coal that was actually driving up the price of steel. Iron wasn't as high. Iron is 50 rubles. Coal is 230. We need to export more coal so badly. Good thing we don't have to run the heating plants anymore. But there's There's a severe coal crisis happening apparently. So build faster. Come on. One person now also owns a car in our coal town. In Viror. So the car dealer sold a vehicle in Karabadak to someone in Viror. Seems like this works closely or very similarly to the Hall of Residence in that regard. But with a fixed range limit, it looks like. Okay, so the Iron Town is not the most critical thing right now. The critical thing is getting up the coal export, and I might have to spend money to get that other rail construction vehicle going. And I might have to tell everyone from that building to work in the rail construction office to get that up as soon as possible. And I think I'll do that. Okay. Come home. Let the EDK do this. No, let the EDK do this. Go. I'm mad. It's gonna force me to sell it so the EDK gets used. Sure, we'll do that. We'll spend the money. Let the big boy do this thing. We'll get there faster. I also need money to buy the train with the rail cars, but by then we can take out another loan and then export coal en masse without the trucks. The trucks will then have to be stopped and probably moved into other areas like a distribution office. Or we'll put them in the vehicle storage and sell them back. But I don't think our trucks can carry them. They could be replacement vehicles once the other ones become obsolete, I guess. Why is coal so expensive? I did it once and I could not by train. Okay. We have to be a little bit careful, because if we set up a dedicated route to export, then we could potentially drain all of the coal from here. Alright, that's the rail construction speed I'm looking for. Keep going. Mostly burnable waste, other waste and ash, some biological waste. Waste separation is not important. I mean, yes, I guess I could reserve 2 containers for biological waste, I guess. The storage for clothing is up. Limit the amount. 50% clothing, 50% alcohol. We'll tell our distribution office to fill said storage. So you're not handling exports anymore at all. Unload alcohol in here. And then you can also load it, I guess. Maybe you should actually do the export. %, 10% is 27, so 14 tons before you load a load of clothing. That sounds okay. And then the exports customs house will take clothing from here as well. And by export I mean like deliver it to the western border. %. And you don't have to pick it up from this distillery anymore. But you are also going to be the vehicle that runs the exports now. Probably not for food. We'll leave export disabled for now. We have a lot of materials to distribute to the western border and hopefully reduce the expenses over there a little bit. Look at that construction speed, that's exactly what I need. We're gonna get there very quickly. We do have to build these buildings though. And we'll have a rail depot, we have a fuel station that we can supply with fuel, and then we can buy a train. The train will not be able to get to the fuel station the way it's currently set up. We'll need another loop. Or I just built the fuel station somewhere else. Or should I use electrified rail? Then I don't have to pay. Then I don't have to worry about any train diesel stations. It would be more initial investment. I don't give all my ports gas. What ports? I know, I think I want to rely on diesel. It's probably not the best choice to make right now. But if I have a power outage, we'll be fine. I'm not gonna get a second EDK though, even though I want to speed things up even more. That would be crazy. That one is not hooked up. Oh, distribution office. No, I don't give them fuel. I would have to set up a lot of distribution offices. Like, usually I have like one distribution office per settlement, and then that one gives all of the buildings surrounding it fuel. But somehow this game, like, I don't know what's going on with the coal price, but the coal is really expensive and like, things are getting crazy. We also have to drive coal up there. We're still burning coal from the border up there instead of our own. I do need to build those storages and deliver coal up here. But they cost steel and it's really expensive. So yeah, usually I just have a gas station nearby and they just refuel there whenever they need to. It lowers the amount of micromanagement a little bit. But for construction offices and vehicles that are really slow, I like to have the refueling set. For example, the pavers and rollers, they should have fuel delivered directly to the construction office. Otherwise they will try to drive to a gas station and use up most of the fuel for that route anyway. Okay. 17.5, that sounds good. I'm paying over 200. Thankfully I'm not importing coal except for the western border. But I think I need to export more to make more money that way, because other prices... This is also driving up the price for steel. I'm paying 2.6 thousand per steel. And I don't know why. Yep. That's why I'm a little bit in panic mode right now. And we're not focusing solely on the vehicle construction area. We probably don't even focus on the heating plant right now. We'll just focus on getting the infrastructure set up. And we'll build the buildings later, until we have money again. We're almost at the halfway point again, which is like the critical point. Hopefully before then I can set up the coal export and rake in a bit of cash. Our trucks are exporting for 3.4 thousand rubles per 17 tons. I do make coal myself. I'm lucky that I don't have to import it anymore. I did do that when I think the coal price was at 50 and I saw and said, oh, better make a coal mine right now. I'm losing too much money on coal imports. But the coal price has been climbing ever since, and it has taken the price of steel with it. So since I don't have a steel mill and I don't have an iron mine, my only hope right now is to increase the coal exports and try to drive down the price of steel that way. The game is getting a bit crazy. We're almost done with the train line too. Need to build this and this. Then we're at the border. Construct this and this. Shouldn't take too long. If you do a very small rail construction project, it seems to be going very well. And yeah, setting up the rail construction office right next to the border did work out really well. It's a temporary solution, but it will work for us. We will have to take out probably 500,000 rubles worth of loan to build the train, but then we should be seeing a good amount of income. Not sure what to do with all of the dump trucks though. I mean, I will probably move them into the distribution office over here, next to Brospin, so that they may help with... Okay, never mind, that one is a small distribution office. Yeah, I don't know. I'm also a bit worried about the wear and tear over here, although they seem to not have had any wear and tear yet. I wonder if they're getting repaired. Or if they just didn't have much usage. Okay, reached the customs house. Now just the connection to the depot and the connection to the loading station and we're done. We'll have to wait for the buildings to come up. We'll have to supply some fuel into the train diesel station. And then we're ready to run our first train. And yes, it's going to be that small dinky train that doesn't cost much, drives 40 kilometers an hour. But it's going to be sufficient. Let's check on our distribution towards Svidava, how the warehouse is looking. So we should be taking resources from here. I'm not sure if the distribution office agrees, so let's take a look. On the western border, this year, we did have one food import. Alcohol hasn't been imported in a while. And I don't see clothing in here at all. Not even last year. So that's good. That should reduce the running cost in the area by products that we are making on the eastern side. And we do have to bring coal up here. Import of resources on the western side, 60,000 for coal. I think I'll take my chances and set the storage up right now with the loading station. Maybe not the loading station, maybe just the storage. And then they can load coal from here directly until I am sure that I have the money to make the attachment. And yeah, we'll deliver coal over here as well. It's quite a long distance travel route actually, but it seems to be working nicely. Food deliveries. It's quite a cool situation. I'm a little bit worried though, I have to say. We haven't gotten to cars and the economy took a strange turn. A very strange turn. Well, regardless, we are heading towards the loading station. And we are building the diesel station and the depot. I would like to export electricity, but we can't do that reliably. If we had a sufficient number of workers always here, then yes. I would probably have to set up an export in a weird way with a priority switch, where I can set, where both, I need to set up a switch here, where I can link in an export and an import. So if we don't produce anything, we will import, but if we produce enough, we will export instead. That's kind of weird. No, we can't do that. We have to set that manually. I need to connect that to another connection. We're out of money. Let's take 2 million, repay this one, and this one. We're at the halfway point. Things are not looking great right now. I don't know. Maybe if we get the western border positive again. Let's check the prices. Electronics are 9,000 per ton. Clothes are also really expensive. I mean, I feel like I need to start trading from the western border to the east. Fabric is like almost 100% more expensive. Same as alcohol. Everything is. Coal and bricks isn't. I think I might have to resort towards just basic resource trading. Finish up the road connection up here and just start trading resources. Need to build that bridge. There's only 4,500 workdays and 1,500 tons of concrete. And we could build that with the construction office from Karabadak. Or wait until we have the concrete and asphalt plant set up. I mean, we could still already drive here over the dirt road and the wooden bridge. But yeah, I might have to start trading resources, which... why not? This is a very close connection. And I do have a distribution office. What would I trade? Steel. Steel price is almost the same, so that one would be the return trip, I guess. And I think it's the same for boards. Yeah, boards is also pretty similar. I don't think there's an open hull good that is spread apart, is it? Oh, there is aluminum. Oh god, I think that would start printing money. Like you start I mean, they have like very weird prices. Like the west and the east basically need steel about the same, but the east needs a lot of aluminum and the west is willing to sell it for cheap. So I need to set up a trade route where I import aluminum from the west and sell it to the east. And on the return trip, I take a bunch of steel. So this is 3,700. And the steel price is 2,400. And that's pretty similar. So I will do that. I will set one truck to that task. I mean, there's money to be made here, and I don't feel like cheating. That's just a normal trade route with the economy being in shambles. I will probably have to set up a fuel station next to each customs house to make sure the truck doesn't run out of fuel. Okay, so we have to trade from here. We have to load steel, sell that to the west, and we have to buy aluminum and sell that back to the east, and then wait until like the vehicle runs out of fuel or something. I will set up a preemptive gas station in the area. And deliveries will be somewhat slow during winter. That can't be helped. I did not upgrade that road infrastructure yet. We will do that once we get the concrete plant here. Once we have gravel and concrete and asphalt, then we can start improving the road infrastructure towards that customs house and running that transport route more reliably. But yeah, I do need to bring fuel to that gas station. So this will basically shift, like, let's say 10,000 rubles into 10,000 US currency. And then on the return trip we'll shift 10,000 US dollars into 20,000 rubles. And that basically makes you some money. I could set a lot of trucks to do that, but I don't think I want to do that right now. That would lock up a lot of trucks and I would need to buy a bunch of them with US dollars, and I don't want to take out a loan. So we'll wait until we may have a bit more cash and then add a second truck or a third one. Okay, connections are done. We'll need fuel here. We have our train depot, which can be constructed. Connected, I mean. And then we can build our train. And we might have enough money to get all of the train cars and the engine itself. We're losing a little bit of population, but it's not too dramatic. Come on, finish this. Please. Okay, I guess this warehouse is also without electricity. That's fine. Clothing distribution can be done at 0%. Don't have to wait for 5%. We might have to get another trainload of resources, but then we'll finish the construction of the train line and can assemble the train itself. Yep, there it goes. And after the rail line is done, we will shut down the rail construction office for now and allow the workers to go wherever they want again until we need them to build another train line. This is definitely not the layout that I had in mind when I said I wanted to cut through here and build a train line everywhere. But it's a start. Money's going down really quickly. Steel. Lots and lots of steel. We are holding steel in storage. So that's why we sometimes have import that is a little bit higher than what we're actually building. Okay, let's assemble the train and get going. Unassign everyone from the rail construction office. Shut down the rail construction office. So know that no one may walk in there right now. And get an engine. A cheap one. And a bunch of train cars. So the locomotive itself was 7 meters. At most we can have 150 meters, I think. So now we need hopper cars. And I think these ones are still the best. We'll probably get 10 of those, which we can't afford right now. Oh, I think they evened out the price a little bit, but still no use. Like, these ones can hold less, and they cost more. And these ones are even worse. What a cute engine. Right. Get all the cars you can. Gotta run twice. We'll assemble the train, and then we'll start exporting some coal. And hopefully making a lot of money in that step. I did just spend 700,000 to assemble that train, so you better be worth it. We can only have one train running here. I did not make a passing track. I did not double track it. It's gonna be fine. We could make the train longer, but I'm just gonna say 10 cars is fine. Especially if at some point we're gonna use another engine that maybe has a little bit more speed to it and weight. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. One car is still in here. Okay, so we have to run once more. And yeah, we'll set a trade up on the western border. A resource trade, not a personal vehicle trade. So that one should be fine. Come on, unload. Thank you. And last trip. And then we'll assemble the train. Board storage is on fire. The fire truck is here. No problem. I didn't know that the economy could drive up the price of a resource that much. Seems kinda powerful. But I like it, like, More dynamic economy sounds really nice. Not sure if it's related to the map. Okay, go here, load coal, go here, unload coal, go. 600 tons of coal per run. We need to make sure that we do not export too much, so that we still have coal for our heating plants and everything. $135,000 rubles. This would give more money in US dollars than rubles. That's ridiculous. I never seen that happen. The economy is going wild. I mean, maybe because we're building on the west and on the eastern border at the same time, things are going a little bit crazy. So, with that amount of money, after 7 deliveries, we have paid back the price of the train pretty much. But yeah, we won't be able to sustain that that amount of deliveries. We have a few vehicles here. You'll also go to this depot. After your deliveries. You can go here. You're not exporting coal anymore. But now you can load it even if it's below 50%. Okay, as soon as we load all of the coal, then this heating plant stops working. That's not great. Guess we'll hook you back up into the coal delivery system. We'll send the train away from here. Yeah, now we're running like a lot of export. This area is not set up for that much export. Okay, guess I will have to run the train route for coal export manually every now and then. because this is really not set up in a way where we can have that behave this way. Too dangerous. Do I want to deliver steel here? Yeah, sure. We'll deliver steel for construction here from the eastern side. We do have steel on that. And then we can have coal in this area. I'll also make sure that the western border has a bit of an income, even if it's small. Because if the meat truck is standing around and waiting to be filled, or the coal for the heating plant, right now at least, then we need to make sure that we do have the money right now. But soon we'll have coal locally available as well. Water truck traffic jam. Repair station, what's going on here? There's a lot of vehicles waiting to be repaired, I guess. Oh, the water truck also wants to be repaired. Sure, send as many people in as you want here. More workers. What are they complaining about? No workers. Yeah, we're trying. I don't see any vehicles parked in these parking lots on the inside of the building, so I don't know why the trucks were stuck. Maybe they are in here and I just can't see them. Wait, why are they parking here? You're not supposed to work for that vehicle, for that building. Very strange. Somehow that got assigned to the construction office for some reason. Very weird. Was not the dump truck that I assigned to this one. So it was a dump truck that I assigned to these. Looks like it. Okay, so I guess this is our foreign border export office, so we'll assign the 4 dump trucks to this distribution office as well. And coal deliveries to the other side of the map will be done with this one. Svidava itself does not need a lot of coal. Now the construction vehicles are coming in from the eastern border all the way to the west. It's ridiculous. It's going to take a bit, but they'll get there. The only thing we aren't sending to the western border right now is meat. I don't know what they're importing right now. Something is like taking a lot of money. Wait. Import west. I thought I set that to export. Okay. Oh, I looked at the wrong thing. Fuel, coal, and mechanical components. Coal almost costing as much as the mechanical components that we are importing right now. So, could be better. I think the heating plant is probably having a few issues if we don't deal with the coal deliveries soon. Oh yeah, I haven't looked at the courthouse in a while also. Thank you for the reminder, game. It's a hotspot. Courthouse is still doing fine. Might be getting overworked a little bit. But all the cases are being handled. Criminality is not an issue. And crime is also no issue. Okay, distribution office. You will also have the source of coal from here. And we will have to wait until the storage on the other border gets constructed. In the meantime, I still have to run the coal export every now and then. And now that we're bringing coal back to this heating plant, I feel much safer in doing so. Doing the occasional one click to do an export run. Every time we have like 600 tons, I can do an export pretty much. I don't need the warning if the coal is empty. I would need the warning if the coal is full, and then I could do an export. What am I going to do with this economy? So, 73,000 tons of steel. Why are you not going there? Oh, okay. I see. Still had that disconnected. And that will turn into about 73,000 tons of aluminum, which will turn into more rubles. And the truck is going to do that continuously. And if we have more trucks, we will add more trucks. But this is mainly giving us rubles, not US currency. I assume the oil price is in the tank. Yep, 800 rubles for that, 800 US dollars, not a lot. Okay. Don't wait until fully loaded with aluminum. If you can't load anymore, just leave. It's still going to be worth it. But we can't push the US currency as much right now. We need to find another resource to help that. something to export to the western border other than oil and boards. I think I'll upgrade those roads to gravel as soon as we have some gravel here. I do have to wait for this area to get constructed for that. Okay. Hello Panda 018. What is your money-making industry starting up in Cosmo mode? Well, Cosmonaut mode doesn't exist anymore, but I'm playing in realism mode. My money-making machine is... I did start with a... on the eastern border with a construction industry for gravel, asphalt and concrete. But starting out, I started out with oil pretty much. But my game has shifted so much that coal is actually the main income source in this game for some reason. The price for coal seems a little bit wonky. It's going up and down ridiculously high. It's even costing more in US currency than in rubles. So maybe I should drive it to the western border instead. So yeah, in this game I started out with a little bit of oil, 3 oil wells, oil derricks, pump jacks I mean. And then I started making food, alcohol and clothing for export. Clothing first, then alcohol, then food. But nothing comes close to the money being made with coal. It's a bit ridiculous. Oil was a good thing, clothing came in nicely, but suddenly the price for coal exploded for some reason. And now we're like trying to scramble to profit off of that and pay back our huge loans that we had to take out because of problems. So the main takeaway is start out with like any resource you want. Something like a clothing factory, something like oil. But then look at what is your main expense and try to reduce that instead. It might be worth it. Coal, huh? I go to clothes into chems and steel, but I can't figure out how to do it without loans. Yeah, I mean, we're running also some self-imposed challenges. Since we're playing on the hardest difficulty with research enabled on the beta branch, I have instituted a limitation that we may only have 1 research or 2 researches per settlement. We started with 1 research per settlement, and that was a little bit too much. And it was too slow. We probably would have died by now. And the other thing is no electronic import for citizens. And the last one is no public transportation for workers to industries. So that's also causing a few issues. That's why you're seeing a lot of heating plants within walking distance of settlements. I could build them further away and use bus stops to move them out without public transportation, but I would still count that as public transportation. I really wish we had public transportation so I could move more people into the coal power plant, I have to say. Yeah. Trying to lower our loans again. We've been here once before, and now we're back, and the game is going crazy. Our main expense right now that we could be dealing with is, I think, meat or fabric. Don't let that burn down. Don't let that burn down. Steel. Power we could be dealing with if only we had workers going to the power plant. Fabric we could probably produce ourselves, would need a fabric factory and some chemical imports. And then meat. Fuel, we're driving the price down by exporting a lot of oil. Then mechanical components, then meat. So yeah, there's not much left. The steel price is ridiculous. Because the coal price is so high, the steel price is also really high. We're paying 2,700 per steel ton. Hopefully with the increase in coal export, maybe that price stabilizes a little bit. But a steel mill would be pretty good right now. Though a steel mill does cost a lot of money, and I don't have a spare research to get into that tech right now. Alright, do another coal export, please. Let's make it so that the priority goes to the truck loading station first and the train loading station last, yes. And the distribution office will pick it up from here, not the other one. What can I unassign? Cars only transport one worker, right? Yep. It's very painful. It's not ideal. Okay, so this way we should make sure that the coal can be loaded by trucks before it is loaded by trains. As long as the game recognizes that we still have coal available. That's gravel. I don't think they realize that coal still could be loaded. Yeah, we have a bunch of vehicles already traveling around, but it's not to the amount that I want it to be. I have a large parking lot planned out, but then the coal crisis hit and well, we're having a little bit of a problem with our money. So I'm scrambling and trying to earn enough money per month to make sure that we start repaying our loans. We don't have any loans on the western border, just on the eastern one. But I did have to take out a bunch of loans to get everything set up pretty much. We're also not exporting any alcohol, food or clothing, I don't think, because I'm trying to fill this warehouse. So that Svidava doesn't have any problems. The storage for coal is almost set up. After that, we will bring coal over here and then we don't have to import coal anymore. Yeah, I figured that in my recent save plant, the whole city in an industry around cars realized they only transport one worker and uninstalled the game. Well, yeah. I mean, they are really useful for certain things. Like for example, here I have 2 buildings with like 12 workers each. And they basically make sure that my woodcutting industry keeps working. And they drive back to town to deal with their needs. I wish there was a way where the game could make it so that you had at least like parents share the resources. So like a family. So only one person would need to go shopping while the other person could go to work or do something else. And they could share responsibilities. And both of them could travel to work together. Or they could do ride sharing or something. I guess in theory you could do ride sharing by planning out a a transport route that is cars, personal vehicles instead of buses. But it still feels like a bus route pretty much. I could, in theory, set up a personal vehicle route to my power plant and say it's car sharing, ferrying workers over to the power plant. I think I need to have enough vehicles in my towns that they want to drive there by themselves. So I just need to have more parking lots, really. Zechov is a prime candidate for some parking lots. I think I'll set some up. But yeah, cars aren't the main focus, personal transportation. Does this work if I do something like this? Yes, it does. Cool. And we can use that. So we'll set up a bunch of parking lots. I will probably have to buy a bunch of personal vehicles. I can't produce them yet. There's a power line in the way. Well, if that's the case, then... that's unfortunate. They look crooked, they're not aligned correctly. Maybe parking lots on this side and then routing them through here. We might have to take this footpath apart. But yeah, maybe the parking lots should be on this side then. So we'll have a road connection go out here into this road, then they can join the main road where there's not much traffic. And maybe drive over to the power plant. So we'll start with some experimental parking lots. And then we have a gap here to route traffic through. No. The traffic has to go around. I don't want cars feeding into a road from both sides. That leads to problems. I still have to set up footpaths though. I think I like the design I did in Karabadak, where it's 2 parking lots with footpaths surrounding. And then the footpath through here, and we'll have a road on top. Something like that. And then the road will curve around, come down here in the future. Hence, we'll have more parking lots here. And we'll need to hook up these. Something like that. So this should allow anyone to get to a parking lot. The furthest one has access to all residential buildings. Then this road will hook up into the main road over here. People living in that building will not have a good time with the traffic noise. And we'll set up this parking lot area. And hopefully more people are willing to drive towards the power plant. It would be really helpful making my own electricity. And yeah, we'll have to cut out this footpath a little bit, get the road connected through, and then in the future we can have more parking lots. Maybe one more residential building here, and then a bunch more parking lots in this area. I might research, with a new settlement, I might research the steel cable, just so I can get a steady supply of workers to the coal power plant that is not a public transportation. I do want them to use vehicles though, but seems rough. How's the coal storage looking in Svidava? Coal storage is set up. Only store coal. Right now we need to bring coal here, and then we don't need to import coal anymore once we switch the supply route. Maybe I'm in the minority, but I find it sad that they are so focused on adding new features to the game, making it even more complex. It needs more focused on polish IMO. Well, this was the last content update that they did with the waste management and the maintenance, and now they're going for release and doing polishing and getting it ready for 1.0. I do really like the waste management and the maintenance. The maintenance was the best change in my opinion, and the research was also good fun. But I do agree that more polishing before release is necessary, and hopefully they can get it done very well. So I think I will only need one dump truck in the future here. You can go to the road depot. And you will pick up coal from here instead of the customs house. I have not tried the new update though. Well, it's in beta right now. People trying to give reports and make it the best update possible before it goes public. There are a few bugs here and there, but the overall gameplay with waste management does make it more complex, but it also gives you a lot more opportunities. Like, I haven't seen the economy go that crazy as in this game, which I don't think is related to the waste management update, but coal being like so expensive feels ridiculous. 219, did it go down? Oh, it's slowly going down, it looks like. Maybe I'm finally driving down the price of coal. After I set up a lot of infrastructure to make sure I could export it more regularly. Anyway, maybe I sent the coal export a little bit too early. The trucks are probably gonna get here to try and send coal to Svidava. Now I could also work on creating even more coal. I do have enough capacity here. I should probably build another residential structure, just to make sure we produce more coal. Could even build two. Does need heating, water and electricity, gotta pay attention to that. Don't see the heating line. Where's the heating? It's all the way over there. Well, then here, I guess. Don't know what the pollution is in this area. 84, 83. It's pretty bad. Yeah, I should probably not build it up here. Very, very bad pollution in this area. But over here would work. If we have access to heating and electricity, that would be great. And then I can just put another water substation and sewage tank in the area. That will work. So we'll try and work on more coal production. Right now money is a major concern. We're still not out of the hole. Oh god, the road. Let's build it slightly further away. Can? No, we can't. Can we lower it? Wait, what's the terrain like here? Is this going upwards? I think it is. Yep. And this road is sloping down. That's why there's such an elevation difference here. Okay, where can I put the residential building here? That would be the only option. That is too far away. Alright, we'll do that. And that. And water and sewage now. I do have to take a break soon. It's been quite a while. This has gotten quite stressful. Oh, come on. Okay. From here, walking access all the way to the bus stop, but not the clinic. Not going to be able to get that footpath through here, it looks like. Okay. That way then. Now the clinic is in range, and you have access to the clinic too. Then we will build these buildings in the hope that we may produce more coal. I have to say your narration of gameplay is great, and it's the one thing that sets you apart from the other 250 viewer channels I follow. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I really like this game. I would probably play it by myself, but then I can't talk to anyone. Nah, I'm just kidding. I have been using Twitch to try and learn to speak more freely, like not be as bottled up when trying to think about words, and it has been helping quite a bit. but sometimes I still stumble over my words. But overall, it's been really useful. And thank you for the kind comment. I mean, the game is very stressful, and I can understand why people might be finding it tough to say things about the gameplay. It's very difficult to think about what you should be doing. But that's also the fun of it, I think. Okay, we'll set up those buildings. We're losing quite a bit of money. Last month we had a lot of import. Probably steel again. Any building that we do costs so much money. Any maintenance that we do costs so much money. It's crazy. We need to run the power plant somehow. I wonder if the price of like power went up again. No, 4.1. I think it dropped a little bit. Sadly can't find any sub or donation link. No, I don't have that set up. I don't have affiliate on Twitch, because then I would need to... Like, I live in Germany, and when you do something like that, you have to register as some quote-unquote company, and then you have to file tax returns, and I didn't really feel like doing that. So I'm just doing that for myself as just for fun, I guess. But thank you, though. Appreciate it. Appreciate the thought. Each of these buildings costs like 30,000 rubles. It's crazy. Steel is so bloody expensive. I wonder if me driving down the price of coal with a train export is actually hurting my bottom line. If I should have just let the coal go up. But I do think I have to drive it down, because it will also drive the price of steel down, and I do have a constant need of steel for maintenance that can't be changed. Don't even get me started on building that vehicle production line. 200 tons of steel, 400,000 rubles. Oh, so bloody expensive. And we still haven't even set up the construction office for the area. I need to set up a maintenance construction office in general, so that any building that requires maintenance can get it. And it needs to be in range of the other construction office, so that there is some overlap. We'll probably set it up here, next to the farm. Fill it with basic vehicles. And make sure that anything down here can at least get repaired. Don't have a vehicle repair station yet. I probably need to set one up as well. Duseni might have to take care of a vehicle repair station. The raw heating plant stopped production, but that's mainly due to it being too warm, I assume. There's no problem with coal supply. Did the train already do its export? Or did I not trigger an export? Must have not triggered an export. Well, do one more export, please. I will set a vehicle repair station here, probably a small one, just to make sure we have something. It will need a warehouse though. And then it will need steel to run the repair station and all that. Oh, our concrete plant is on fire yet again. Let's look. Let's pay attention this time. Okay, this time it's getting extinguished. Schrödinger's concrete plant. If you take a look, it probably doesn't burn down. So yeah, I don't think we will need any more oil. The oil price is down in the hole, and that seems to be where it will remain. Thankfully, it also keeps the fuel price down. And in the future, we might have to set up more oil wells, but right now, this area will remain a town and there will be more oil on the map elsewhere if we need it. So, we will set up a repair station over here. A small vehicle repair station with a warehouse attached to it. So that Rospin can also get its vehicles repaired, because they're currently handling export routes to the western border, and those vehicles will be in need of repair soon. So this building is not to be neglected. Small warehouse for components. And then we'll have a repair station over here. And there goes our money. Where's the train? Okay, stop loading. Export. Don't want to have to take out another loan. What did we import? Probably steel. So much steel. 40 tons of steel for 100,000 rubles. Oh, it's so expensive. We will not take out a loan. It's warm enough. Yes, all the heating plants will stop production. We will run out of power. I will have to remove a lot of messages, but the train will arrive there soon enough. Looks like we exported something else in the meantime. Okay, we do have coal. The coal deliveries are working fine. So there's no need to worry about that as well. Next up would be the asphalt and concrete plant in the area. Of course, the lower power transformer. I'm not gonna look, it's probably gonna burn down. Nope, got extinguished really quickly. We should probably set up the concrete and asphalt plant here so that I can build and upgrade all of this road. At least the gravel storage, so I can upgrade the road so we can do a little bit more export. I do still assume that our traffic route that we are doing is giving us profit. A little bit. Like here you can see it's 47,000 US dollars into $67,000. But when we haul steel, it's better. Maybe there's a better resource to use. Like uranium oxide is probably... No, uranium oxide has a higher price, but you can carry less. I think. 18 tons versus 30 tons, so aluminium is still the best choice. I mean, this is not going to end anytime soon, so it's probably a good idea to put a cut in here and resume that gameplay some other time, probably on Monday. Let me take a quick look if I can make an... Yep, could happen tomorrow. There's nothing on the calendar that I just saw, so very likely that we may resume that. We will have to set up so many things while struggling for so much money. I think we have to run the export route with a little bit more vigor, like getting more vehicles for it. And hopefully it will give us enough income. Like, I should send all of these vehicles to do that. At least like one extra vehicle. Let's put one vehicle on that route. Let's get the route and name it. This one. As long as we can trade profitably, we should do so. Okay, let's get going. And board production is quite low, but yeah, one truck can handle the occasional delivery to the eastern side. And maybe tomorrow we'll find out a solution for this. Maybe it is increasing the trading, maybe it is increasing the coal production. We're trying to do both of them. We'll just have to wait and see. The economy is going crazy, but so far, still a lot of fun. And we'll see where it takes us. As always, thank you very much for watching. I wish you a good Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, wherever you are. Good Monday morning. Take care, stay hydrated, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time.